We need your Class 2 percentage doe kids, 6 to 9 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 2 percentage doe kids, 6 to 9 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Well, good morning. It surely is a pleasure to be on the green chips this morning and sort through your JBGA show. As we start off the day, with a really nice red doe out here, one that has good extension up through her front end, ultra level in her top line, really capacious underneath for a young age doe. Stands on a good amount of bone as well. I like that one an awful lot. Young ladies doe that comes next. Love this one's femininity up through her front end. Like this one's breed characteristic in her head and horn. This one just doesn't have the length of body compared to the one that wins the class, but still a really nice doe. Really good structured kind of doe. Definitely going to make a good project for the young lady. Congratulations to both of you.
Now entering the show ring is your Class 2 percentage doe kids, 6 to 9 months. We need Class 3 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 3 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Your first place in Class 1 goes to Kellen Knott. Second place, Oakley York. Now in the show ring is Class 2 percentage doe kids, 6 to 9 months. We need Class 3 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 3 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. We need Class 3, percentage no kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 3, percentage no kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Very competitive class all the way through. I'm going to keep the ones out here in the middle. Excuse the ones along the rail. If you guys would give them a nice round of applause as they exit.
We need Class 3 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 3 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Tremendous class here for sure as we get into the heat of our percentage show in our junior division. And I start off with one I think is just the best balance. She's the most unique interstructural integrity and build, one that's still feminine up front, one that ties into the backside of her shoulder exceptionally well. This one holds her just her integrity at her top line to an ultra high level, comes back into her hip shape with a big and wide and open up pin set. You set this one into motion, that's probably where you like that one the most. She holds her chest floor up into her body cavity right where it needs to be. This one's round ribbed, really, really nice doe. If I'm going to get critical on this one, I want to fix her head shape just ever so slightly, but that's acceptable to be in a percentage show. I like that one an awful lot. The one that comes in second, maybe a little bit bigger, higher performing type doe, but she just doesn't balance quite as nice compared to the one that wins this class. This one is ultra good at the backside of her shoulder, really smooth in her top line. I want to pick her tail head up just a notch more compared to the one right in front of her. Love her bone work. I like that one, structural integrity as well, and I like her growth pattern for sure on that one. Really nice doe there to be second. The powerful doe that comes in third, I like this one an awful lot. Really capacious and bold and dimensional in the center portion of her body. This one handles exceptionally well at the backside of her shoulder. She's muscular, yet she's capacious. She's soft in her center. This one needs to be a little better off her hind legs. When you set her into motion, she gets a little shorter strided compared to the two in front of her, but still a nice doe that has a lot of quality to her. The one that comes in next, one that's maybe a little bit more moderate in her scale of size, but still one that proportions exceptionally well. Good in her chest floor, really feminine up towards the bottom side of her chest floor as well. She's wide base, she's dimensional in her shape for sure. One that just needs a shot more bone underneath of her for having that much muscle up high and having that much capacity. I want to stouten that one up at the ground just ever so slightly, especially compared to the ones in front of her. The paint doe that comes next, I really, really like this one's chest floor assembly. I love her rib shape. I like her rack shape. I like the way she ties into her loin. When we get back to this one's hip, I need to pick up her tail head, smooth her out in her jump muscle ever so slightly, make her a little sounder, a little bit more functional off her hind legs. But from her hip forward, you got to like that type and kind of an awful lot. Really nice doe there. The doe that comes next, I told the young lady on this one, really like this one's scale of size. I like her femininity. I like her chest floor assembly. From her hip back, I got to open her up at her pin set. I got to make that one a little bit more functional off her rear leg as well. I want to pick her up just a notch. I feel like she runs downhill ever so slightly. Got to pick that one up just a bit. But I like that one's scale of size. Love her femininity. Like the bone work on that one for sure. Our does farther down the line, they weeded through definitely a competitive class to make it out in the top 10. Just little things that I want to fix about them to move them up any farther in the line. But a really, really competitive class of goats from top to bottom. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Now entering the show ring is Class 3 percentage dough kids 9 to 12 months. We need Class 4. We need those first and second place class winners to be making your way to the makeup ring. First and second place class winners, please be making your way to the makeup ring to show for junior champion percentage dough. Congratulations to your Class 2 class winner, Paige Pence. Second place, Tegan Walker. Third place, Jackson Harmon. Fourth place, Tucker Llewellyn. Fifth place, Dalton Lawyer. Sixth place, Adeline Hefner. Seventh place, Adeline Hefner. Eighth place, Caden Linton. Ninth place, Jacob Wickard. And 10th place, Colton Westfall. Once again, we need those first and second place class winners to be making your way back to the makeup ring to show for the junior champion percentage dough. First and second place class winners, please be making your way back to the makeup ring to show for junior champion percentage dough. If you are on the wall, you are now excused. Please give them a round of applause.
maybe a little bit more challenging class to sort through, but the one that I land on I think is just the best in her balance. I think this one's the best in her build from the ground up. This one's proportionality in her lines is really, really cool to look at from the side. And then you get behind her, and this one holds progression of width from the back side of her shoulder to the top of her tail head there, all the way down into her stifle muscle. Set this one into motion. This one travels the best off both ends. I like this one an awful lot. Really nice doe. Love her femininity. Love that breed characteristic that she carries through her head and horns as well. Really good doe to win the class. The one that comes in second, probably more of the challenging doe, where to put this one in the class, but I think she finds herself in second fairly easily when you really start to dig deep into this particular class. This one's really good in her shoulder angle. I love that one's rib shape. I love her muscularity in her top line, yet this one's still soft underneath. She's good in her flank line. I want to change this one out of her rear leg when you set her into motion compared to the one that wins the class. She wants to hawk in just ever so slightly. She doesn't carry as much stifle muscle all the way down to the top side of her hawk compared to the one in front of her. And you set that one into motion, we got to just make that one travel a little square. But definitely a doe that's very eye-appealing from the side. Got to love the base width through that one's front end as well. The red doe that comes next, another one that's a little bit more challenging on where you're going to throw this one in this particular class. You got to like this one for balance. You got to like her for her bone work. You got to like that one for just the femininity that she carries. You put your hands on that one. When I checked her earlier, she's not as progressive in her rib shape compared to the two in front of her. She gets a little flatter to her body wall. She doesn't carry that progression of width down to the top side of her hip as well. But still, you got to like that one for balance from the side and bone work and structural integrity for sure. The doe that comes next, a doe that's just maybe not feeling quite as good today, but still you got to admire that one for femininity, chest floor design, center body. When we come back into this one's hip, she wants to roll her pin set down ever so slightly. She gets her hawk underneath of her when you set her into motion. I got to free that one up, make her a little sounder out of her hip, but definitely a nice doe from her hip forward. You got to really like that one for femininity and balance from her hip forward. The problem child of the class is this one. You got to admire this one for power. You got to admire this one for substance. Comes in a little bit more moderate package, but still has femininity to her. She's really capacious in the center portion of her body. Maybe not the smoothest doe. Maybe needs to come with a little bit more balance in this particular class, but still a doe that you got to admire for how much productivity this doe shows at a young age. The one that comes next, I told the young man, maybe gets thrown out of balance just a notch. Set this one into motion. She needs to carry her hind leg just a notch better, but still you got to admire this one for femininity, chest floor design. Maybe compared to the ones in front of her, we could stouten her up at the ground ever so slightly, but still a nice doe. Young man, you do a really good job getting this one shown for sure. The does farther down the line, just little things that I want to fix about them. They made it through a very competitive class, but little things that I need to fix and correct about them to move them up any higher in this particular class. Good class of does from top to bottom. Congratulations to all of you.
Now entering the show ring are your first and second place class winners to show for junior champion and reserve champion percentage doe. And your Class 3 class winner, Kellen Knott. Second place, Bailey Brumfield. Third place, Kane Nuring. Fourth place, Bailey Brumfield. Fifth place, Kylie Gorka. Sixth place, Miller Allen. Seventh place, Macy Elliott. Eighth place, Casey Marie O'Connell. Ninth place, Halen Everman. And 10th place, Walton Everson.
What a really good junior division out here in our percentage show. We started the day off with just a pair of does out here that are very good in their own right. Really good in their balance, really good in their lines. Maybe compared to some of the others, they need to have a shot more muscle laid into their skeleton, but still does that are built right from the ground up. And then we get into this next class. And this next class, our numbers were big, but our quality was huge for sure. The one that wins that class, I think she did it pretty handily, though. If you talk about proportionality, build, and balance, and chest floor assembly, the way she lays into her top line, she's ultra smooth. That one's progression of width from the backside of her shoulder into her pin set is exceptionally good. I like that one an awful lot. The one that was second to her just ran into a heater in that class, but still a really nice doe there. That one's proportionality and balance is exceptional good as well. Maybe needed to be a little better in her pin set, pick her tail head up just a notch better, but still a nice doe that balances well. Maybe a doe that brings a shot more breed characteristic to a percentage show, but still a high caliber one. Really good pair of does out of this center class. Our red doe that wins this last class, I like that one for femininity, length of body, and balance. Maybe if it, compared to the one right in front of her, we could set her shoulder angle down in her just a notch, but you got to admire that doe for how much growth she has, the femininity, the bone work at the ground, flexibility when you set her into motion. I like that one an awful lot as well. The one that was second to her, really like that one's power. I love her substance, the shape at the backside of her shoulder. I just got to fix that doe in her pin set, give her a shot more stifle muscle, maybe a shot more inner leg compared to some of the others out here, but still a really nice doe. Very pleased with the quality that we have in our junior division out here. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you the two I like the most.
Now in the show ring is Class 7 percentage yearling does, 12 to 16 months. We need Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months, to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Just got three does as we start our yearling division, and started off with a good doe. One that's really good in her balance, one that's feminine. Femininity comes with a high level. This one's good in her chest floor assembly, really good in her top line. I like this one an awful lot. If I'm going to change anything about her, maybe we could balance her back to her hip just a notch better. I feel like she gets in her to her stifle muscle, maybe doesn't have as much flexibility to her rear leg as she does to our front end, but still a really nice doe there. Our big high-performing doe that comes next, I love this one from her hip forward. Really capacious in the center portion of her body, really good in her chest floor. Love her breed characteristic in her head and horns. Love that femininity. As we come into the top side of her hip, she drops her pin set down ever so slightly. She doesn't have as much stifle muscle compared to the one right in front of her, but still a really nice doe. Good high-performing type doe there for sure. Our black-headed doe that comes next, one that's very well taken care of for sure. Really good in her chest floor assembly. Really like this one's rib shape. From her hip back, we got to give her more stifle shape. Got to open her up in her pin set there, but still a nice doe. Good bone work underneath that one. Got to just balance that one from front to rear a little bit nicer, but still, like I said, a really nice doe. Congratulations to all three of you.
Congratulations to your Class 7 class winner, Tucker Llewellyn. Second place, Colton Cobb. And third place, Christian Stockberger. Now entering the show ring is Class 8 percentage yearling doe, 16 to 20 months. We need Class 9 percentage yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. At this time, we'd like to take a moment to introduce our judge. Justin Burns is from Eastland, Texas, where he and his wife, Jennifer, and two kids own and operate J&J Livestock. He and his family currently run a herd of about 200 does and 100 show-type sheep. He has judged market and breeding shows in 30 states. He continues to educate himself in the current market trends, uses superior genetics and animal evaluation to improve his herd in order to raise the best quality animals that there are and to be competitive in show arenas across the United States. Completing his Bachelor in Science degree from Sacramento State University in California, that only fueled his desire to educate the youth entering the goat industry, so he's dedicated time, knowledge, and experience to organizing and teaching several educational seminars for the livestock industry. Please put your hands together for Justin.
I'm really a big fan of this one for sure. I love this one's build and balance. I like this one's femininity for how much power and center body this one has. Yet she's still feminine. Her neck comes right out of the top side of her shoulder. She's still really clean at the base of her neck as well. This one's chest floor assembly and bone work underneath. Proportions very well with her build and balance. When you set her into motion, maybe we can make her a little bit more flexible out of her rear leg, but still, that one's build, balance, femininity. That one's poise and cockiness to hit the show ring is exceptionally well. I like that one an awful lot. The doe that comes in next, love this one's length of body. I like her lines. I like the way she ties into her chest floor. I like the way that she carries progression of width back to the top side of her spine. When you set that one into motion, she definitely needs to handle her rear leg just a little bit nicer. I'd like to give her a shot more stifle muscle, but still that one's balance and build is exceptionally good. Love her femininity, love that extra extension of neck that one carries. Love that one's breed characteristic to the top side of her skull for sure. The red doe that comes next, for those things that those two, the first and second carry, this one needs to carry a little bit more of. She needs to be a little better balanced in her build. That one's femininity, the way that she ties into the top side of her shoulder, the muscularity that she carries in her top line, I like a lot. But we need to balance that one up just a notch better in her pin set. Give her a shot more stifle muscle. As wide as she is through her front legs, we need to make that one that much wider to her rear leg as well. And I think if we could carry that balance, that one has a lot of things you got to like about her for sure. The one that comes next, just a really rugged, powerful type doe. Needs a shot more femininity at the backside of her shoulder. Need to blend that one in a little bit nicer. Give her a shot more pin set and stifle shape, but still a doe that I like her for her ruggedness. I like her for her chest floor assembly. I just got to clean that one up at the backside of her shoulder most of all. Make her a shot better in her balance and build, but still a nice doe. You got to like that one for ruggedness and power that she brings. The doe that comes next, I really like this one as far as how much center body she has. I like her femininity for being that rugged and that powerful. She still has some femininity to her. Set that one into motion. She's the most narrow in the class from the front 1/3 of her body all the way back to that rear 1/3 of her body. She wants to get in a little bit tighter as you set her into motion, but still a nice doe. Profiles exceptionally well. Maybe need to clean that one up at her throat latch ever so slightly, but still a really good doe there. The black-headed doe that comes next. Young lady does a really good job getting this one shown, getting this one presented. Definitely a doe that has some center body and some muscularity in her shoulder for sure. I got to open that one up at her pin set. She gets a little tighter, little narrower there. Got to give her a shot more stifle shape. I want to shape her in her hock just a little bit nicer. I feel like she wants to bow out when you set her into motion, but still a nice doe that carries good muscularity through the center portion of her body. Congratulations to all of you on a good class.
Congratulations to your Class 8 class winner, Wilson Keegley. Second place, Tyler Stoffler. Third place, Logan Holland. Fourth place, Allison LeConte. Fifth place, Eli Arthur. And sixth place, Remington York. Now entering the ring is Class 9 percentage yearling does, 20 to 24 months. We need Class 10 yearling percent. We need those first and second place class winners to be making your way to the makeup ring to show for yearling percentage champion doe. First and second place class winners, please be making your way to the makeup ring to show for yearling percentage champion doe.
This one that wins this class, I like her an awful lot. I think this is a good example of a yearling show doe for sure. You talk about proportionality and balance, and yet one that's really maternal in her look, yet she's feminine up front. This one is packed full of muscle in her top line as well. This one is really progressive at the backside of her shoulder. Come to the top side of that one's hip. She's widened open up in her pin set. You set this one into motion, and this one's flexible off both ends. This one is really good in her own right. If I'm going to get critical on her, maybe we could stouten her up in her bone work ever so slightly for how much power and substance she has up high, how much maternal look and capacity she has in the center portion of her body. Maybe we could give her a shot more bone work, but still a really nice doe, really high caliber doe that I think I'm getting a little picky on. But I like that one as far as functionality. Really good doe there. The red doe that comes next, I really like this doe for her extra extension up through her front end. Love the levelness at the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip. I like the muscularity that she carries in her top line. I like that maternal look she has underneath. Need to make that one a little bit better out of her hock. When you set her into motion, she gets a little straighter to her stifle, but still a doe that brings a tremendous amount of quality to a high caliber class for sure. The doe that comes next, love this one center body, love her muscularity, love the power that she has in her rack shape, like that one spread to her loin for sure, like that one stifle shape. I got to change that one at the ground. She wants to bring in at her knee ever so slightly. She comes into her hock ever so slightly. Just when we set that one into motion, we need to make that one a little bit more functional at the ground. For how much body shape that one has and how much muscularity that one has in her top shape and still holds femininity, she has to run third in this class. Really nice doe there as well. The doe that comes next, I like the ruggedness. I like the power of this one for sure. Still holds some femininity to her. That one needs to be brought out to her knee. That one needs to be a little bit more flexible out of her hock, but still a doe that definitely is one that fits the breed exceptionally well with good femininity, good length of body. Just got to fix that one at the ground. The one that comes next, I love this one's femininity for how much body that she has, for how much power she has in her rack back to her loin. We need to balance that one up just a notch better. She gets a little frailer at the ground compared to the ones in front of her. That one gets out of balance just a notch compared to the ones in front of her. She has so much extension up front. That one gets a little shorter in the center portion of her body. I love the depth of that one's body and still holds proportionality through her chest floor well. We just got to balance that one up a little bit nicer, give her a little bit more flexibility out of her rear leg, but still a nice doe in a very competitive class. The red doe that comes next, I love this one's shape at the backside of her shoulder. Really opened up in her rib shape, smooth and blends to her loin exceptionally nice. She gets a little quicker off both ends. She gets a little straighter to her shoulder set, gets a little straighter to her hock. Got to give that one a shot more breed characteristic to her head, but still a really nice doe. Definitely going to make some good projects for you down the road. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to your Class 9 class winner, Grace Ellis. Second place, Piper Unger. Third place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Fourth place, Brody Miller. Fifth place, Parker Cowan. And sixth place, Taylor Hahn. Now entering the show ring are your first and second place class winners to show for yearling, percentage champion, and reserve champion doe. We need Class 12 percentage 2-year-old does to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 12 percentage 2-year-old does, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Also, Class 13 percentage age does, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 13 percentage age does, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Really nice yearling division out here. Start off with a pair of does that are a little different in type and kind, but I land on one that I think just balances a little bit better compared to the one right there behind her. One that has some femininity to her. She has some length of body. I like this one's center body most of all. She just carries exceptionally well there. She's good at the ground. Maybe needs to be stoutened up compared to the two behind her, but still a nice doe to start off the yearling division. The one that wins this middle class, I like this one as far as proportionality and balance. Still having enough femininity up through her neck, really good at her chest floor. Really like the center body of this one. Maybe when you set her into motion today, she doesn't handle her rear leg quite as nice compared to maybe the one behind her, but still that one is ultra good in her body shape, muscular up high, good and feminine, and has good amount of breed characteristic to her head and horn. That one ties together exceptionally well. Love that one's bone work underneath for sure. Maybe need to make that one a little bit sounder, like I said, today off her rear leg, but still I like that one an awful lot. The one that wins this last class, love that one's length of body. I really like that one as far as length of body, proportionality towards the center portion of her body as well. That one's muscular in the backside of her shoulder. Progression of width as she comes back is exceptionally good. That one's maternal in her look, yet that one still has some terminal aspects up at the top side of her spine for sure. Talked about that one in her class. Maybe needs to be stoutened up in her bone work ever so slightly to balance her up that much better, but still a nice doe there. The one that was second to her, like that one an awful lot for length of body, femininity. Like I said in that one's class, we need to make that one better out of her rear leg ever so slightly, but still that one's functional. She's still sound enough for me. A good doe there. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you the two that I like the most. Just got a single entry out here to start our senior division, and just a really nice doe, a really complete kind of goat with extra extension up front, really tall at the top side of her shoulder, really long and extended in her body shape. I like that one an awful lot. Congratulations to you.
Now entering the ring is Class 13 percentage age does. We need Class 14 to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 14, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Congratulations to your yearling percentage champion doe, Grace Ellis, and your reserve yearling percentage champion doe, Wilson Keegley. Also, congratulations to your Class 12 winner, Jada Young. Class 14 senior champion percentage does, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Bailey Brumfield, please be making your way with your Class 13 entry to the makeup ring. Bailey Brumfield, please be bringing your Class 13 entry to the makeup ring.
Really nice class of senior does. The one that wins, I think she wins pretty handily. I really like the way this one blends together. Extra extension through the center portion of her body. This one's powerful up top, yet she's soft and capacious underneath. This one definitely reads to me as being the most maternal, the most powerful doe in the class, yet still carries enough femininity up through the top side of her neck and through her chest floor. I like that one's build and balance with the extra bit of extension through the center portion of her body. The one that comes in second, maybe one that's not presented compared to the one in front of her, the one behind her, but you truly evaluate this one for femininity and balance and chest floor assembly. This one's short-bladed, she's round-bodied, she's muscular when you touch her at the backside of her shoulder, and then you get behind her. This one gets progressively wider from the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip, back into her pin set. I like this one's functionality from the ground up as well. Maybe, like I said, maybe one that's not presented quite compared to the one in front of her or the one behind her, but you still got to read that one for genuine quality and extra extension and femininity up through the backside of her shoulder there for sure. The one that comes in third, I like this one's body shape an awful lot. I love the way that she ties into her chest or into her rib shape. This one's scapula design, the way she ties into her rib shape is exceptionally good. You read that one from the ground up. She gets narrower compared to the two in front of her. She gets a little frailer at the ground compared to the two in front of her, and maybe a little flatter in her shoulder. But you got to admire that one for center body. You got to admire that one for just her underline and top line design for sure. Just got to make that one a little bit wider at the ground from front to rear. The doe that comes next, definitely one that's capacious and powerful in the center portion of her body as well. I got to fix that one's balance just a notch. She comes in the ring. She's wide and opened up in her chest floor. She goes away from you. She gets too tight in her hock. She rounds out to her pin set too much for me. I got to open her at the top side of her hip as well, but still a nice doe there to be towards the top of the class in a competitive class for sure. The one that comes next, rugged and powerful, long-bodied, has some depth of body to her. Another one that just gets too flat in her body design for me. I got to make this one rounder in her shape, better in her shoulder assembly, open her up in her pin set, but you got to admire another one for depth of quality in the center portion of her body and still having some femininity and still being sound for a senior doe for sure. The one that rounds out the class, love the extra extension of this one's neck. I like the extra extension of this one's body design as well. She just gets too frail at the ground for me. I got to make that one rounder in her body shape. Got to make that one a little better in her shoulder assembly for sure. She starts to give up a little bit of pastern flexibility when you set her into motion, but still a nice doe. Young man, you've done a good job taking care of this one for sure. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to your Class 13 class winner. First place, Bailey Brumfield. Second place, Tommy Weatherhead. Third place, Caitlin McCulley. Fourth place, Christian Stockberger. Fifth place, Remington York. And sixth place, Miller Allen. Now entering the ring are your first and second place class winners to show for senior champion percentage doe and senior reserve champion percentage doe.
We only have 3 out here to represent our senior division, but we have 3 goats that represent the breed exceptionally well. The one that wins that first class, single entry, I wish we had a few more to compare to, but still a nice doe. Really extended up through her front end, great femininity to that one for sure. One that's really long-bodied, really good in her chest floor, maybe a little bit more youthful compared to the 2 behind her. There's a few things compared to the ones behind her that I would like to fix. At the back side of her shoulder, she opens at the top side of her blade just a little bit more than I like, but still she balances so well. That one is exceptionally good in terms of femininity, length of body, and still being structurally sound at the ground. Nice doe there to win that first class. The one that comes out of the next class, this one has so much power up high, yet this one's maternal and soft in the center portion of her body. I love this one's flank line. Maybe a little bit more moderate build in this one, but still she handles that build exceptionally good. She's good at the ground. She's big boned. She's widened open up in her chest floor. This one still has good amount of femininity compared to how much power she has. I like that one's build and balance an awful lot. Nice doe there to win the older class. The one that was second to her, like I said in that class, maybe one that's not presented compared to maybe the two in front of her, but still a nice doe. You get a genuine read on that one. She's opened up in her chest floor. She's round in the center portion of her body. You pet down that one's top, and she gets progressively better from the back side of her shoulder to the top of her hip. Maybe we could pick her up in her pin set ever so slightly. Maybe we can make her a little bit better in her knee set, but still that one's big-footed at the ground. She's really round in her forearm, really round in her body shape with the extra bit of extension. Gotta like that one an awful lot. 3 really nice senior does. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause. I'll show you the 2 that I like the most.
We're now ready to show for Grand Champion Percentage Doe. Congratulations to your Senior Champion Percentage Doe, Bailey Brumfield. Reserve Champion Percentage Doe to Tommy Weatherhead. If you plan on showing in the Bred Known show, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your registration papers. If you plan on showing in the bred and owned show, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your registration papers.
What an incredible set of does out here for our percentage show. I just started the day with a pair of does that I think are very similar in their type and kind when we truly break them down. You talk about just a composite of the meat goat industry, and I think this one represents extremely well. This one is really good in her structural integrity at the ground up, really good and functional in the center portion of her body. You set that one into motion. She wants to be a little lethargic today, but when she gets out and moves, that one is exceptionally good in her type and kind. She handles her knee set exceptionally well. Her hocks come in right behind her. She tracks exceptionally well from front to rear. I like that one an awful lot. Like I said, in that particular class or division, maybe we could change her head shape for the breed industry just a little bit more, but I still think that one is awfully good. That one represents the American Boer Goat Association at a very high level. That one represents the meat goat industry at a very high level. I like that one an awful lot. Like I said, that one that was reserved to her, very similar in type and kind. One that represents exceptionally well. Maybe has a little bit more breed characteristic to that one's head, but I think the biggest functionality of that one that I need to fix is her tail head assembly. We need to bring her up in her pin set ever so slightly, but still a really high caliber doe to be reserved in a junior division. The one that wins this yearling division, I love this one for type and kind. Extra extension through the center portion of her body. Love how that one maintains balance from the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip. Maybe compared to the one in front of her, the one behind her, we could stouten her up at the ground ever so slightly. But I still think that one is in terms of muscularity up high, having some meat and muscle to her, and still being maternal and soft underneath, looking like a productive type female. You got to like that one an awful lot. The one that was reserved to her, maybe one that is a little bit more boxy for some, but I still think that one in terms of balance, structural integrity, breed characteristic, extra shot of femininity, that one is exceptionally good as well. The one that wins the senior division, I love this one from the center portion of her body. Love that one, scapula and forerib. I like the extra extension of that one. That one maybe compared to a few others out here needs a shot more muscularity down low, but she is a senior doe. Maybe is starting to lack there a little bit, but still for a senior doe, that one is exceptional as far as bone work and structural integrity. That one is exceptional as far as balance and type and kind. I like that one an awful lot. The one that was reserved to her, really cool as far as extra extension up through her front end, really long-bodied, holds proportionality exceptional well. Maybe one that maybe isn't as good in her knee work compared to some of the others out here, but still a really nice senior doe that's held together exceptionally well. I'll show you the two that I like the most. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
If you plan on showing in the Bred and Owned show, when you come to the makeup ring, please bring your registration papers. If you are showing in the Bred and Owned show, when you come to the makeup ring, please bring your registration papers. And congratulations to your grand champion percentage doe, Paige Pence, with her junior champion doe, and your reserve champion percentage doe, Grace Ellis, with her yearling champion doe. Now in the makeup ring are does showing for grand and reserve grand bred known percentage doe.
So we get our bred and owned division out here. Definitely a tremendous amount of quality. The biggest thing about this division that holds near and dear to my heart is not only did you raise this thing up from birth, you've given it the opportunity to get it a shot to come out here into the show ring, and you went the extra distance, and I think that right there just should be commended. I just got to pick a grand and reserve, but I think the quality runs pretty deep all the way through this particular division. I'll show you the two that I like the most. If you guys would, give these kids an extra round of applause for raising their goats and getting them out here.
Now in the ring is your Class 20 full-blood does. We need Class 21 full-blood doe kids to please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Congratulations to your champion bred and owned doe, Wilson Keegley, and your reserve champion bred and owned doe, Kellen Knott.
Just got a pair of them out here, but really good amount of quality in both of them. The one that I start off with, I really like this one as far as build and balance. This one's really opened up in her chest floor. Just tremendous amount of rib shape and muscularity in that one's top. Yet she's still showing some maternal wedge to her. When you get alongside of her and view her from the profile, you get behind her and that one's still opened up in her pin set. Has a great deal of stifle muscle. And to be that extended and still have that much muscularity in the center portion of her body, you got to like that one an awful lot. Congratulations to you. The doe that comes second, really feminine, really long-bodied, holds her lines together exceptionally well. She just doesn't have the center body compared to the one in front of her. Got to drop that one from her navel back to her udder just a hair and open her up at her pin set, but still a nice amount of quality for the young lady. Definitely going to make a good project for her down the road. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to your Class 20 class winner, Adeline Horn. Second place, Remington York. Now entering the ring is Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months. We need class 22 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 22 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Just got a single entry out here in this class, but still a tremendous amount of quality. Extra extension, extra femininity in this one. I love this one's head and skull, really wide and opened up in her horn set, yet they proportion come right back to her neck where they need to be. I think as this one gets older, this one's just going to get that much better. Nice doe. Good project for you. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your class 21 class winner, Drew LeConte. Now entering the show ring is class 22 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months. We need class 23 full-blood doe kids 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 23 full-blood doe kids 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. If you plan on showing in class 22 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months, your class is now entering the show ring. Class 22 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months is now entering the show ring. If you're in this class, please be making your way to the show ring. Class 23 full-blood doe kids 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 23 full-blood doe kids 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 23, full blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 23, full blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. If you are on the wall, you are now excused. Please give them a round of applause.
Definitely some give and take in this particular full-blood class out here, and it's just where you want to put your priorities. I land on a doe that I think is the most complete in her type and kind. I think she's the best at the ground up. This one's big boned. She has some ruggedness to her, yet she's still feminine. Tons of muscle shape up high. Love that center body that she carries. One that's maternal in her look. Her progression of width from the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip is exceptionally good. If I'm going to get critical on her, maybe we could square her up at the hocks when we set her up there, but still a really nice doe that's functional and sound when you set her into motion. She tracks out true and square. I like that one an awful lot. Young man's doe that comes next. Really nice, complete type of goat there for sure. Love her foot size. Love the functionality and build of that one. When we get her head up just like that, that's where she shows the best. That's where her femininity comes into play. That's where her chest floor assembly gets into her skeleton where it needs to be. That one's functional and sound in her top line, really good in her underline. I got to open that doe up at her chest floor ever so slightly. She gets a little pinched there, but still that one's big and tremendous in her body shape, really good in her rib shape and center body. I like that one an awful lot. The problem child doe, the class comes next. Really big and expressive in her front end, really opened up in her chest floor, feminine in her look, really feminine up through the backside of her shoulder. This one gets a little piecier in her top line. She gets a little wavier at the backside of her shoulder. She rolls her hip over ever so slightly, but still a tremendous amount of quality in that doe. You got to run that one up towards the top of the class. I got to put that one in third today. Nice doe there for sure. The really eye-appealing doe that comes next in our spotted doe, I really like this one through the front 1/3 of her body. Love her shoulder assembly. I like her base width. I like the turn to her rib. Where she falls out of proportionality and build for me is out of her rear leg. She gets a little straighter to her stifle. That one gets a little pinched to the top side of her hip there. I got to open her up in her pin set, especially when we set that one into motion. That one holds so square up through the front side of her skeleton. She just gets a little more pinched as she tracks away from you, but still a tremendous amount of quality there. Doe that comes next, I love this one from her hip forward as well. Really good and feminine up through her front end. Love the breed characteristic to that one's head. That one just needs a little bit of help in her pin set. She needs opened up. She needs to be a little bit more flexible out of her rear pastern as well, but still from her hip forward, tremendous amount of quality in that one for sure. I told the young lady that comes next, I said, man, this is one if I was going to take the chance on, this would be the one out of this class I would buy. And for these reasons, ultra feminine, really shallow chested, really round bodied, almost too round bodied for a female for me. She gets a little bit more terminal in her look and her underline. She gets a little bit more tubular in her look, but still a tremendous amount of muscle shape in that one. Really feminine, really cool to look at. Got to give that one a little bit more brood doe presentation to make her move up any higher in the class, but tremendous amount of quality. The does farther down the line, just little structure issues that I would like to fix about them to move them up any higher, but a tremendous amount of quality in our top 10. Even does that left the ring, we have a lot of quality in as well. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 22 winners, Drew Pontius. Second place, Walker Short. Third place, Clayton Newton. Fourth place, Tegan Walker. Fifth place, Bailey Brumfield. Sixth place, Elena Blair. Seventh place, Kellen Knott. Eighth place, Tegan Walker. Ninth place, Carson Knott. And 10th place, Casey Marie O'Connell. Now entering the ring is Class 22 full-blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months. We need those first and second place class winners to please be making your way back to the makeup ring to show for junior champion and a reserve champion full blood doe. First and second place class winners, please be making your way back to the makeup ring to show for junior champion and a reserve champion full blood doe. If you are on the wall, you are now dismissed. Please give them a round of applause.
Heck of a class of does here for sure as we start to get into some maturity and some extra just maternal look. But we still have one that I think has extra extension, really good in her chest floor assembly, packed full of muscle in her top line. This one still is maternal and soft in her underline. I like this one an awful lot. Biggest thing I would change about this doe is her attitude. She's a little high strung. She wants to pull back on her hocks. Maybe looks like she gets underneath of herself. You set that one into motion and she relaxed. She tracks as square and true and as sound as you can make one off both ends. Biggest thing, like I said, that one's attitude. She needs to calm down just a notch and let the young lady show her. But other than that, that thing is really good as far as muscle shape, femininity, being breed correct, and with the extra shot of look to her. I like that one an awful lot. The doe that comes in second, love this one's head and horn. I love the femininity through the bottom side of this one's shoulder into the top side of her shoulder as well. Maybe one that gets a little rounder to her hip, gets a little straighter when you set her into motion off her rear leg, but still a lot of quality in that one. Really wide and progressive in the top side of her shoulder to the back side of her loin there. I like that one an awful lot. Love the breed characteristic in that one for sure. The powerhouse doe that comes next. Big bone, really wide-chested, really good center body in this one. Really level in her type and kind. This one needs more femininity to her. She gets a little shorter necked. She gets a little coarser in her neck. I got to extend that one up, much like our first and second in this class. I got to square that one up at her hock just a bit when we set her into motion, but still a really nice doe that deserves to be towards the top of the class. The doe that comes next, Cape doe, that's very eye-appealing when you get her set up over there on the profile. Really extended up through her front end, really good in the center portion of her body. From her hip back, I got to square up in her pin set. I got to make her a little sounder off her rear leg, but still a nice doe that definitely deserves to be in the top 4 of the class. The doe that comes next, really, really good doe here. Ultra feminine, really correct in her type and kind. Feminine through the top side of her shoulder, up in her blade, really sound structured through her front end. That one wants to drop her top line just a bit. Doesn't have as much breed characteristic in her horn set compared to the ones in front of her, but still a nice high caliber doe. Makes a good project for the young man for sure. The doe that comes next, I told the young man, I said, I like this one an awful lot. This one is really cool from the side. He gets her top line up in her. She sticks extremely square. Set that one into motion. She gets a little bit more rigid in her flexibility pattern. That one gets a little bit straighter off both ends, but still a nice doe that packs a punch. Tons of muscle in that one, yet that one's maternal in her look and type and kind. Nice doe there. Our does farther down the line, just structural integrity that I need to fix. Very competitive class from top to bottom. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 23 class winner, Amber Schroeder. Second place, Amber Schroeder. Third place, Riley White. Fourth place, Walker Short. Fifth place, Eli Merrill. Sixth place, Clayton Newton. Seventh place, Grace Ellis. Eighth place, Colton Dakey. Ninth place, Lizzie Hefner. And 10th place, Macy Elliott. Now entering the show ring are your first and second place class winners to show for junior champion and reserve champion full blood doe.
got our junior division out here for our full-blood show, and we got 7 does out here that I think are really good in their type and kind. They represent the industry exceptionally well. They're meat goats. They're packed full of muscle. They have some maternal look to them from the side. You get behind them, and they all wedge the right direction. They're really capacious in the lower part of their spine, or the lower part of their body cavity there. Really good structured type goats, and all the ones that we have out here for sure. There's just some differences as far as my personal preference and the type and kind that I like to use. The type and kind that are good at the ground, the type and kind that are really correct in their lines, and still have some bone and substance underneath of them. But most of all, I like goats that have good muscular shape up high. I like goats that proportion well and look like they're ready for the show ring. There's 2 out here I think do that exceptionally well. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you those 2.
Congratulations to your champion full-blood doe, Amber Schroeder. Reserve champion of Drew Pontius. Now entering the show ring is Class 26 full-blood yearling does, 12 to 16 months. We need Class 27 full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 27 full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. We need class 27, full-blood yearling doe, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 27, full-blood yearling doe, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. If you're on the wall, you're now dismissed from the ring. Please give them a big round of applause.
Well, I don't know if this one doesn't get you excited. I don't know if we like the same type and kind, because I think this one's ultra good. You truly evaluate this one when you set her into motion. This one is sound as you can make one off both ends. Her correlation of just the way that she holds her body together is exceptionally good. She's short-bladed, she's round-ribbed, she's muscular up top, yet this one's soft and capacious in the center portion of her body. I love the way that this one scapula ties into her forerib and all the way back into her loin. That one's really, really unique to look at. I like that one an awful lot. Maybe has a little bit more extension of body compared to the one behind her. Going to describe this one next. The one that wins this class I like an awful lot. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, I like this one in terms of muscularity in her top line. I like that this shows a little bit softer right in her belly line as she comes out of her forerib back into her loin. When you come back into this one's hip, she doesn't have quite the pin set compared to the one right in front of her, but still a really nice doe that has a good amount of extension and femininity up through the top side of her neck. Really like that arc to her neck, like her chest floor assembly to be that stout and that unique up front. You got to like that type and kind of an awful lot. Congratulations to you two. The doe that comes next, really like this one for length of body, proportionality, the way that this one blends together oh so smoothly. Love this one's underline. Love the extra extension through that one's head and neck. I got to change that one's horn set just a notch. Lay him down into her skull just a little bit better. I got to change this one's pin set and rear leg correlation. Give her a shot more stifle muscle. You set that one into motion, she gets a little tighter to her hock compared to her front end, but still a really nice high caliber doe that blends together really, really nice. The red doe that comes next, really nice doe here. Really powerful type and kind of doe. One that's really extended up through her front end, not as long bodied, gets a little quicker to her kind out of her front end and rear end compared to the three in front of her. But still, you got to like that one for genuine quality in the center portion of her body. You got to like that one for depth of body, still being muscular and still having a good chest floor design. Nice doe there. The one that comes next, from her hip forward, I thought this doe was going to run awfully high in the class. I love this one's chest floor assembly. I like her head and horn set. I like that one's femininity at the backside of her shoulder. That one's muscular and powerful in her rack shape and rib shape. From her hip back, she drops her pin set. She gets too tight there for me. Got to open her up, make her a little sounder there, but still a really nice high caliber doe. Our does farther down the line, good set of does. The paint doe that comes next, love everything about that one other than we need to fix that one's tail head just ever so slightly. We need to bring it up into her skeleton, bring it up just a notch better. Fix her off of her rear legs when you set her into motion, but a good set of does from top to bottom. Give them a nice round of applause if you would.
Congratulations to your Class 26 class winner, Tegan Walker. Second place, Walker Short. Third place, Jackson Harmon. Fourth place, Bailey Brumfield. Fifth place, Walton Epperson. Sixth place, Kellen Knott. Seventh place, Brandon LeConte. Eighth place, Macy Elliott. Ninth place, Brody Miller. And 10th place, Kylie Gorka. Now entering the show ring is Class 27, full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. We need Class 28, full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 28, full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. We need class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Really good class of does from top to bottom. The one that I start off with, I think she's the most complete as far as just type and kind and still being feminine enough up through her front end. You got to talk about this one's power and substance from the ground up, the turn to this one's rib, the muscularity in her back shape. If you want to touch a yearling doe that has a tremendous rack and still have a mothering look from the side, this is the one that I would pet. This thing's back shape is tremendous. Her rack shape's huge. It handles with some quality. She's tremendous in her loin shape. She maintains levelness from the side, yet that one carries breed characteristic through her head and horns. She's still feminine enough through her neck and at the bottom side of her chest floor there. If you're going to get critical on her, maybe we could clean her up at the back side of her shoulder there. But still, that one, as far as muscularity for a meat goes standpoint goes, and still being maternal and deep enough in her body shape, still being trendy enough in her front end, you got to like that type and kind an awful lot. Congratulations to you, young man. The one that comes next, really cool looking doe here. She's big and powerful at the ground as well. Maybe gets a little flatter in her shoulder shape compared to the one in front of her. Maybe wants to drop her shoulder angle just a notch more compared to the one in front of her. But for length of body, power, still being feminine, still being cool looking from the side, maintains a good amount of levelness in her top line. You got to like that kind. You got to kind of pair that too at first and second to run together because I think they're pretty similar in type and kind. The one that comes next, I really like the look of this one from the side through the front 1/3 of her body. Very feminine, really cool looking. I got to make this one a little sounder in her head shape. I got to make this one a little deeper in her jaw. She kind of wants to get up there just a notch in her lower jaw, but still has enough shape from her the bottom side of her eye to the bottom side of her jowl there. I like that one's femininity. I like this one's levelness atop. The thing that bothers me the most about this particular doe is her flank line. We got to drop her in her flank line, give her a little bit more feminine wedge from her chest floor back to her udder there, but still a high caliber doe that balances better compared to the one behind her. More femininity maybe compared to the one behind her. I really just got to drop that one's flank line. I honestly thought when this one came in the ring, this was the one to beat in this particular class. Just got to change those little things about her. Really nice doe. Congratulations to you. The red-tailed doe that comes next, maybe one that gets a little rougher in her type and kind from the side. Really unique and cool in her chest floor. Good amount of bone underneath of her. Really round in her rib shape. This one just needs to be better out of her rear wheels. She gets a little bit narrower in her hock when you set her into motion. She wants to drop her pin set ever so slightly when you set her into motion. Get that one propped up. She surely gives you a good look there from the side for sure. Really like that one's chest floor assembly. The one that comes next, love the extra extension of length of body up through the front 1/3 of that one's body as well. Ties into the backside of her shoulder exceptionally good. This one drops in her pin set too much for me. Gets a little bit narrower there. This one's shade down a little bit shorter in her flank line, but still holds progression of depth there exceptionally well. When you set that one in motion, getting ultra critical on her, she comes into her hawk angle a little bit too much for me. But from her hip forward, you got to like that one an awful lot. I like that type and kind. Love that one's head shape. Nice doe. Congratulations to you. Our does farther down the line, good set of does. The doe that comes next, really like this type. I told the young man, I said, this one's body cavity, if she didn't have as much weight and condition on her, maybe she's not the roundest in her shape. Maybe she gets a little flatter to her shoulder with that much condition on her. I think it hides a little bit of that, but there's still a lot of quality in that particular one. Does farther down the line, good set. Some we just need to stouten up. Some we need to fix some structural integrity, but a good set of does from top to bottom.
And congratulations to your Class 27 winner, Clayton Newton. Second place, Adeline Horn. Third place, Tucker Llewellyn. Fourth place, Amber Schroeder. Fifth place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Sixth place, Kellen Knott. Seventh place, Breton Basford. Eighth place, Tally Downs. Ninth place, Lillian Heisel. And 10th place, Tommy Weatherhead. Coming in the ring now is Class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. We need all those first and second place class winners to be lining up in the makeup ring. All first and second place class winners, please be lining up in the makeup ring. With this being the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Expo, we'd like to give you a little history on the event. In 1974, the North American was established and was held November 17th through the 23rd at the Kentucky Fair and Exposition Center in Louisville. The 7-day exposition was initially produced cooperatively by two state agencies, the Kentucky State Fair Board and the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. And Harold Workman, Beef and Swine Show Supervisor for the latter, was appointed Secretary Manager.
Really nice doe here. I think one that just is very likable in my opinion. One that's really breed correct in her head and horn. That one's still feminine up top. That one's really good in her chest floor. Really round in the center portion of her body. Muscular up top. Feminine. Wedges good from the side. I think when we get into this yearling division, this is where it becomes most important. Not only do we want these things to wedge and be feminine from the side, from chest floor back to navel and back to flank line, we want these things to wedge back to pin set. And this doe is a good example of that. She's massive in the top side of her shoulder. She gets even bigger and square as she comes back into her pin set. And I think that's just as important to evaluate them there as it is to evaluate them from the profile from chest floor back to their udder set, like I said earlier. But that one I think is really good. Like I said about that one's really likable. I think you got to evaluate her for what she is, really good in her type and kind. The spotted doe that comes next, I really like this one from her hip forward. That one is really round body shape, really good at the back side of her shoulder, ultra feminine up front, really wide and progressively better as she comes back into her fore rib and back into the top side of her loin. Where I run into issues with this girl is you set that one into motion, she doesn't track near as wide as she should off her rear legs compared to her front end. But body shape, three-dimensional look, femininity, and quality, that one has to run second for me. I just want to balance her up out of her rear leg just a notch nicer. The doe that comes next, honestly, this was a tricky one. Where do you put this one in this particular class? Because this one doesn't really have a hole in her. That one is really good in her type and kind. Is she as powerful compared to the two in front of her? Maybe not. But that one is really smooth in her top line. Holds together exceptionally well. Set her into motion. She's really, really nice. Maybe if you're going to get critical on that one, we could fix her at her hip shape just a notch, level her up in her hip shape just a hair. But I like that type and kind. That's the type and kind that I think as a brood doe is going to make some generate some revenue for the young lady for sure. Really nice doe there. The young man's goat that comes next, I love this one, how tall she is at the top side of her shoulder. Really like how short she is in her blade for having that much body shape. If you evaluate that one for where she stands right now, and when you set her into motion, she gets too straight off her rear leg for me. We got to give that one more flexibility when we set her into motion, but still a lot of quality in that one. Black doe that comes next, really like this one as far as power and substance. I like her bone work underneath. This one gets too short to the ground for me. I got to pick her up, make her less moderate. I got to make that one a little bit more muscular up high to match her features in her shoulder and back into her hip shape, but very eye-appealing, very attractive doe for sure. The doe that comes next, I told the young lady, I said, I really, really like this type. Really good in her chest floor, really good in her bone work, round-bodied. This one just needs to be better in her rear leg posture. When you set her into motion, she really wants to set her hock down at the ground, gets a little bit more rigid. But I also told the young lady that's an easy fix in my opinion. One thing that you got to fix in a breeding program is going to advance you forward. She's going to bring a lot to the table as a brood doe. Good class of goats from top to bottom. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to your Class 28 winner, Kane Noring. Second place, Tegan Walker. Third place, Cannon Wilhoit. Fourth place, Kellen Knott. Fifth place, Jada Young. Sixth place, Bailey Brumfield. Seventh place, Bo Robertson. Eighth place, Caitlin McCulley. And ninth place, Marissa Chavez. And 10th place, Christian Stockberger. We are now ready to show for Yearling Champion Doe. We are now ready to show for Yearling Champion Doe. We need Class 31 full-blood 2-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 31 full-blood 2-year-old does, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Attention in the goat barn, there will be no break between the bucks and showmanship. We will be going right into showmanship. There will be no break between the bucks and showmanship.
pretty happy with my set of yearlings out here for sure. I think another set of goats that you got to admire for what they are as far as type and kind and being industry correct and just carrying some meat and muscle. But yet they're females. They're very feminine looking. They're really good in their body cavity. They have good maternal shape to them. When you talk about all of them as a group, from our paint doe out of this first class to this middle class, all the way to our older class back here. I hope you guys can see the type and kind that I'm after, the type and kind that I think is important for the industry. I like a goat to look like a show goat, but at the end of the day, they got to be structurally correct. They have to have some meat and muscle, yet they have to be soft and maternal and look like females. And I think all 6 of these do that at a very high regards. Maybe a little differences as far as structural integrity goes, maybe a few little things that we could change about each one of them, but I still think there's a tremendous amount of quality with all 6 of them. I'll show you the 2 I like the most. If you guys would give these kids a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your yearling champion doe, Tegan Walker, and your reserve yearling champion doe, Kane Noring. We're now ready to show for Class 31 full-blood 2-year-old does. We need Class 32 full-blood age does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 32 full-blood age does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Last call for Marissa Chavez. Last call for Marissa Chavez. You're supposed to be in Class 31 in the show ring.
Just got a pair of does out here, but two does that we get into our senior division are really nice in their type and kind. The one that wins the class, I think she's just more complete compared to the one behind her. She's more breed correct through her head and horns. She's more feminine and cooler and maternal in the center portion of her body compared to the one behind her. I like that one an awful lot. Congratulations to you. The red doe that comes next, love the extra extension of this one. I really like the way that this one maintains levelness from the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip. We just need to give that one a shot more shape throughout, a shot more flank line from her navel back to her udder, but a good doe for sure. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 31 class winner, Marissa Chavez. Second place, Gus Ciano. Now entering the ring is Class 32 full-blood aged does, 36 months and over.
Really nice senior doe to win this particular class. One that still looks really show ring ready, really unique in her build as well. I really like this one through the front 1/3 of her body. I think this one just holds center body together just a little bit nicer compared to the one behind her. I love her forerib. I like her functionality of top line. One that's extremely progressive from the side. She's shallow chested, really good in her flank line, really good in her top line. Really nice doe to go ahead and win the class. The doe that comes in second, really like this one as well. Really like how tucked up she is in her chest floor. Really like how round she is in her body shape. You set this one into motion, she falls out at the backside of her shoulder just a notch more compared to the one behind her. Two really good structured does to go ahead and be first and second. Nice doe there to be second. The doe that comes next, young man does a really good job keeping this paint doe's head and neck over the backside of her shoulder. Really keeps her opened up in her chest floor. I like this one's proportionality, functional, really good in her type and kind through the center portion of her body, really round in her rib shape. As we transition back into this one's flank line, we could drop her down just a notch. When we evaluate her from the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip, maybe we could open her up just a hair, square up on her hind legs, but still a really nice feminine type doe, maternal type doe to go ahead and be in the top three. The one that comes next, really like this spotted doe when she comes at you. Really wide chested, really opened up, real feminine for a powerful type goat for sure. Really like that one's head shape, the way she blends at the top side of her shoulder. For me, that one's packing a little bit too much condition over the top side of her rib and back into her udder. I got to really fix this one's tail head assembly. I got to push it up into her body, level her up in her pin set just ever so slightly. She gets a little straighter to her hock when you set her into motion, but still a nice doe that has a tremendous amount of quality to her. The really long body, really feminine type doe that comes next, you got to like this one for the front 1/3 of her body. Really feminine, really cool to look at, opened up in her chest floor. I got to fix this one off her rear legs. You set her into motion, she flexes too much to her pastern, she pulls into her hock. She's not as free moving compared to the ones in front of her, but still a nice doe that has a tremendous amount of quality to her for sure. Young man's doe that comes next, really long body, really extended. Got to fix that one in her knee placement. Got to make that one a little sounder off her pasterns for me to move her up any higher in the class, but really feminine, really good looking to look at. Good profile in doe that comes next. I like this one's extension. Told the young lady we just got to give this doe a little bit more body shape, give her a little bit more goat there to show. She gets a little flatter in her shoulder. She gets a little tighter to her pin set, but still a nice high caliber doe that's going to be a good breeding project for the young lady.
Congratulations to your Class 32 winner, Amber Schroeder. Second place, Drew Pontius. Third place, Kellen Knott. Fourth place, Jacob Wickard. Fifth place, Amber Schroeder. Sixth place, Tommy Weathered. And seventh place, Maddie Boyd. We're now ready to show for senior champion and reserve champion full blood does. We're now ready to show for senior champion and reserve champion full blood does.
We got four nice senior does out here. Definitely my type and kind for senior does. They're good at the ground. They're really functional. And when you set them into motion, they're good in their pasterns. They just hold together well in their body cavities as well. There's a pair of them out here that I think need to stick together. I think they're awfully good in their own right. Our two older does, they'll be our champion in reserve. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your senior champion full blood doe, Amber Schroeder, and your reserve champion senior full blood doe, Drew Pontius. We're now ready to show for grand champion and reserve grand champion full blood doe. We are now ready to show for grand champion and reserve grand champion full blood doe. After this, we will be showing for full blood bred and owned. If you plan on showing in that, please come to the makeup ring and bring your registration papers. If you are showing for full blood bred and owned, please bring your registration papers with you to the makeup ring.
Our full blood show definitely has been packed full of quality, and I feel pretty confident that I found the right ones in each particular division. Goats that I think represent the breed standard exceptionally well, and they represent that meat goat industry exceptionally well. Because at the end of the day, like I said in the percentage show, I think it's highly important that we make these things functional and sound off both ends, but they have to have some terminal traits to them to push the industry forward. And I think all 6 of these definitely do a good example of that. And then you evaluate them for what they are as far as maternal pieces, and they're exceptionally cool to look at. They look like females. They look like they're maternal. They look like they're definitely does that are going to go out and make babies, whether it be in an embryo program or if they're going to lay down and have some natural kids. I think as the age comes, or even the senior doe, they all look productive. They all look like they have the right pieces for sure. Talking about our juniors up here, we started off the full blood show with one that I think's really unique in her muscle shape. She's really good in her type and kind. Wanted to fix that one's attitude just like she's doing right now. She wants to kind of roll her hip down. You set that one in motion, and she gets a lot sounder. And when she gets parked out there, she really wants to drop her top line. She wants to get a little higher to her hip. I think if we're going to get critical on that particular doe, maybe she gets a little bit more terminal in her shape up high, and we could soften her up in her forerib and flank line just a notch better. But she is young. She is juvenile, and I think as she comes into the yearling division, she's going to get that much better. Really nice doe there. The one that was reserved to her, I just like that type and kind as far as being productive looking. That one's soft middled. She's really good in her muscle shape up high. That one I think just need to have a little bit more pizzazz to get around the one that wins that particular division, but still a really nice solid type goat that's really good structured, really good at the ground. The paint doe that wins the yearling division, that one I think is really unique in her type and kind. To be that good in her center body and really round in her cage and really smooth in her top line, and progressively gets better as she comes back into her pin set and back into her stifle muscle. And then you set that one into motion, and that one is really good the way she tracks around the ring. That one is really unique in her chest floor, good in her neck set. I like that one an awful lot. If you're going to get critical on her, at times she wants to get a little straighter to that right rear leg, but I think that's getting awfully critical because I think that thing brings a lot of good pieces to the industry. The one that was reserved to her, I think, is a good reserve that matches up to her exceptionally well. That one's powerful. She's unique in her look, really feminine in her front end. That one has plenty of power to her. She just doesn't have the length of body compared to the one that beats her in that particular division, but still a really nice high caliber doe there for sure. The senior does that just rounded out this particular full blood show, you got to like this one for type and kind. She's long bodied, really unique and cool looking up through the front 1/3 of her body. That one's soft and progressively better as she comes back into her udder. That one's progressively better from the backside of her shoulder to the top of her hip. Set that one into motion. She holds together really good. If I'm going to get critical on her in the senior division, I want to make that one a little bit more maternal looking in her flank line. And I think that's getting pretty critical because I think her time as she progressively gets older, that one progressively gets better even though she's a senior doe. I think that one's awfully neat to look at. The one that was reserved to her, I thought that pair had to stick together. I think that one's ultra good as well. She's up in her chest floor, round-bodied, level-made. Maybe doesn't have the hip shape or rear leg posture compared to the one that beats her, but I still think that one's awfully good. There's some give and take where you want to lay your priorities, where you want to land on for your grand champion doe in Louisville, Kentucky, but I think there's one that strikes my fire extremely good. I'll go show you that one, and then it gets pretty close for reserve. If you guys would, give these kids a nice round of applause as they exhibited their full-blood does to you.
Not. Yeah. Grand champion full blood doe goes to Tegan Walker, and your reserve grand champion full blood doe goes to Amber Schroeder. We're now ready to show for grand and reserve bred and owned does.
Like I said in the percentage show, I think that this particular class or division definitely deserves some extra just credit for raising these things from little tiny babies and getting them all the way out here to the show ring and being successful in the show ring with them as well. I think that there's two out here that are really good. Congratulations to all you kiddos for raising these goats. If you guys would, give them a nice big round of applause for exhibiting their bred and owned goats.
And congratulations to your grand champion bred and owned doe, Amber Schroeder, and your reserve grand champion bred and owned doe, Drew Pontius. We're now ready to show for Class 40 full blood buck kids 3 to 6 months. We need Class 41 full blood buck kids 6 to 9 months to please be in the makeup ring. Class 41 full blood buck kids 6 to 9 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring.
So we start off our buck show, start with a spotted buck out here that's just really good in terms of quality, length of body, extra extension, big bone. I like that one an awful lot. Congratulations to you, young man. The one that comes second, nice goat, good functional sound up through the front 1/3 of his body. Maybe needs a shot more muscularity and just stoutness to that one, but still a nice buck to start off the full blood buck show.
And your Class 40 winner, McCoy Llewellyn. Second place, Colton Westfall. Now entering the ring is Class 41 full blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months. We need Class 42 full blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 42 full blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Good class of bucks here. The one that I land on, I think this thing is the most complete one out here as far as structural integrity goes. That thing is wide-chested, really big-footed, really robust in the center portion of his body. This one ties in at the backside of his shoulder exceptionally well. I like the way that that guy gets out and moves for sure. That's an awfully good one. The one that comes in second, really like that one from his hip forward. That one's extra extension up through his neck, really round neck, really good scold. That one has a tremendous amount of rack shape to him, really big and explosive at the top side of his spine. As we get back into this one's hip, he gets a little bit rounded off in his pin set. He gets a little quicker to his hip. You set that one into motion, he gets a little bit more rigid off his rear leg compared to the one in front of him, but there's a lot of likable pieces of that one for sure. The spotted buck that comes next, really extended up through his front end, really long-bodied, level-made buck. Just doesn't have the muscle quality compared to the ones in front of him. I really like that one's extension. I really like that one's look. We just need to stouten him up at the backside of his shoulder to get around the two in front of him. Nice buck there for sure. The one that comes next, really eye-appealing, muscular, rugged, stout-made buck for sure. Love his footwork. I like that one's shoulder assembly. I like the roundness to that one's rib. Much like the buck in second, we got to change that one's hip. He wants to fall off in his pin set. You set him into motion, he gets more rigid in his hock. I got to make that guy more flexible. I want to bring him up at the backside of his shoulder just a notch, but I still think that one is really good in his body shape, really correct at the bottom side of his chest floor. The buck that comes next, really like this one on the move. I think that one holds together exceptionally well. He's a little quicker to his kind. That one gets a little bit shorter in his body cavity. He gets a little shallower to his chest floor, or a little shallower to his forerib. He gets a little harder to his flank line. Got to extend that guy out, give him a little bit more muscle throughout, but still a nice eye-appealing buck. Definitely going to be a good breeding buck for the young lady. The red buck that comes next, really like him from his hip forward. Stout and powerful, good center body in that one, muscular shape. He's rugged and powerful enough for me. I got to fix that guy in his pin set. He rolls off. He gets a little bit more pointed to his pelvic bone. I got to open him up there, give him a little bit better leg correlation when you set that one into motion, but still a nice breeding piece. Got to just fix that guy in the breeding program. The buck's farther down the line. Good muscularity, good build and balance to him. We just got to stouten those guys up. We got to make them a little bit better as they balance out to their rear leg from top to, or from the next buck to the bottom. Really critical in my opinion. We got to make these things wide pinned, give them plenty of stifle shape, but a good class overall from top to bottom.
Congratulations to your Class 41 winner, Drew Pontius. Second place, Clayton Newton. Third place, Amber Schroeder. Fourth place, Mitchell Hetrick. Fifth place, Drew Pontius. Sixth place, Bailey Brumfield. Seventh place, Jackson Harmon. Eighth place, McCoy Llewellyn. Ninth place, Christian Stockberger. And 10th place, Casey Marie O'Connell. We're now ready to show for Class 42 full-blood buck kids 9 to 12 months. We need all those first and second place class winners to be lining up in the makeup ring to show for junior champion full-blood buck.
really unique buck to go ahead and start this particular class, and it's just where you want to line them up. But I think I got him pretty close to right. The way that I moved him around, I just wanted to kind of process of elimination here because I think as we end up towards the top of the line, I think we have 3 bucks that are pretty similar as far as build and balance. The one that I land on, I think, is just the most complete. I think he's the best in his shoulder assembly. He's the best in his forerib. He's the most muscular in his top line. That one's wide and open up in his pin set. If you want to get critical on that guy, maybe we could just change his neck assembly at the bottom side of his jowl there just a notch. Make him a little bit better in curvature there. Give him a little bit more masculinity there. But I still think that one is really good in his body shape. Really rugged at the ground. Powerful, muscular, and still has enough body shape to him to go ahead and win the class. The one that comes in second, you got to like this one definitely for type and kind. I think he's pretty similar to the one that wins the class. He's not as good at the top side of his hip compared to the one that wins the class, but I like that one's extra extension compared to the one right behind him. I think he's better off his rear leg compared to the one right behind him, but that one is ultra muscular, really good in his bone work, and gets out and moves properly. The one that comes in third, I love that one from his hip forward. Love that extra extension up through his front end, yet he's still rugged and masculine there in his head and horn and at the top side of his neck. When you set that one into motion, he just doesn't carry his hind leg posture quite as nice compared to the one right in front of him. He doesn't have the extra spread to the top side of his hip compared to the one in front of him, but still a really nice buck with good extension and a good amount of power. The one that comes next, he's a taller frame, longer bodied buck, and with that he gives up a little bit of mass and muscularity at the top side of his spine and over the top side of his hip. But I do like that one for his extra length of body. I like that one for his extra length of skeleton through the front 1/3 of his body. He gets a little frailer and out of balance to his rear leg posture compared to his front end. I'd like to change that about him, and I think that would give him a shot more muscularity to his stifle shape as well. But that's a nice buck. He's a good-looking buck. Definitely a good breeding prospect for the young lady. The buck that comes next, very well presented, very well taken care of buck. He just runs out of genuine muscular shape and ruggedness compared to the ones in front of him. He wants to come in at his knee ever so slightly off that front left leg. I got to square him up in his joints, got to make that one a little bigger in his pin set, but still a good long-bodied, muscular type buck throughout his chest floor and back into the backside of his neck. The red buck that comes next, love that one from his hip forward. That one just wants to roll off too much at the bottom side of his hip there. If we could open him up in his pin set, level him up there, give him a shot more length of body throughout, I think that definitely he's a buck that we can move up there in the class. Very well presented buck. Young man does a good job showing him as well. Congratulations to you. The bucks farther down the line, they just have little structure issues I'd like to change about them. The one that comes next, like that one's body shape. He needs a little more muscularity up high. We need to fix that one off his pasterns ever so slightly, but still a nice buck. Bucks farther down the line, like I said, just got to make those ones better structure, give them a shot more muscle. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 42 class winner, Paige Pence. Second place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Third place, Clayton Newton. Fourth place, Amber Schroeder. Fifth place, Logan Holland. Sixth place, Clayton Newton. Seventh place, Macy Elliott. Eighth place, Kellen Knott. Ninth place, Kylie Gorka. And 10th place, Riley White. We're now ready to show for junior champion, Full Blood Buck. We need Class 45 full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 45 and 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months and 16 to 20 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Good junior division of bucks out here for sure. From our first class to start the buck show off, we had started with one with an extra bit of extension up through his front end, one that's level in his top line. Really nice buck. Just needs a shot more muscle throughout compared to the two behind him, but still a buck that you got to admire for some extra extension. The one that comes out of that middle class, really like the ruggedness of this one, really like his bone work underneath, really powerful and muscular up top. Maybe one that we could fix his rear leg posture just a notch, but I still think that guy is really high caliber and a great breeding piece for sure. The one that was reserved to him, really like that one from his hip forward, extra extension up through his front end, really muscular in his top shape. That one needs to be fixed in his hip ever so slightly. He gets a little shorter, a little quicker there. He gets when you set that one in motion, that correlates to his stride as well. I got to get that one out, got to get him moving a little bit better, but still a nice buck there to come out of that middle class. The one that rounds out the junior division out here, really unique creature as far as muscle shape, really good in his four-rib design. Love that one's angulation to his shoulder. That one's structural integrity is really nice. Like I said, maybe we could clean that one up at the bottom side of his neck there ever so slightly, but I still think that one has a lot of genuine quality. Maybe a little bit more moderate package, but I still think he handles it well. He's up off the ground enough. He's round-bodied. He's muscular. I like that one an awful lot. The one that was reserve or second to him in that particular class, very similar in type and kind, just has a little bit different hip shape compared to the one that wins that class, but still a likable buck that you got to admire. A lot of good pieces about that one. He's muscular. He's definitely rugged and stout. He looks like a buck. He has a good head and horn shape on him. I like that one an awful lot as well. There's some give and take and just where you want to lay your priorities, but I think there's one out here that checks a lot of boxes for me. If you guys would, give him a nice round of applause, and I'll show you the two I like the most.
Congratulations to your junior champion full-blood buck, Paige Pence, and your reserve junior champion full-blood buck, Drew Pontius. Now showing in the ring is Class 45 full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months. We need Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Got a nice single entry out here. Good extension on this one. Extra tall shouldered, really round bodied. If I'm going to get critical on that guy, we could drop his flank line ever so slightly, but still a nice buck. A lot of good breeding pieces or a lot of good breeding value for sure in that particular yearling. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 45 winner, Kylie Gorka. Now entering the ring is Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months. We need Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
I think first impression on this particular creature, you got to buy into that one. That one is really rugged and really powerful. Really cool head on that one. I love his horn set. I like the way they stay off of his neck. For how rugged and powerful he is, I think that guy transitions exceptionally well. Does he need to be fixed off his rear legs? For sure. I need to make that guy track out a little wider, a little square, and I think if we just turned him loose, we would find that a little bit more relative. But we put that one on a show chain, and he hides it a little bit. Young man does a good job getting him shown for sure. I just got to square him up just ever so slightly off his rear legs. But that guy has so much good in him, you got to go ahead and run that guy to the top of the class, in my opinion. The spotted buck that comes next, love this one's length of body. I like his levelness in his top line. Like that one's chest floor assembly and base width. That guy just doesn't have as much muscle laid into his spine and at the top side of his hip compared to the one that wins the class. Maybe not as rugged and as powerful in his head compared to the one that wins the class, but you got to like that guy for levelness and just how good he holds his skeleton together. The tall-fronted, long-bodied spotted buck that comes next, you got to like him for those things. That one is really powerful in his head shape, really good horn set, widened open up in his chest floor. He gets off in his rear leg ever so slightly. Got to make that guy sounder when you set him into motion. Got to make him sounder when he parks out there. He wants to have a slight bow to his stifle. We got to make sure that we keep those bucks square so they can mount does and breed does and run around in the pasture and be healthy. The buck that comes next, really like the stoutness and ruggedness of this one in the front 1/3 of his body. Need to work on presentation on this buck a little bit better because I think maybe we could jump up a spot or two, but he's a little harder to evaluate. If you put your hands on him, he's muscular in his rack shape, he's muscular in his loin. You set that one into motion, he gets a little pinched and a little tighter to his rear leg, but still from the front 1/3 of that one's body, I think a little bit of presentation would show that guy off a little bit better on the green chips for sure. I like that one an awful lot. Good class of bucks from top to bottom.
Congratulations to your Class 46 winner, Colton Westfall. Second place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Third place, Jalen Patterson. Fourth place, Seth Weaver. Now entering the ring is Class 47, full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months. We need those first and second place class winners to be lining up in the makeup ring to show for yearling champion full-blood buck. All first and second place class winners, please be lining up in the makeup ring to show for yearling champion full-blood buck.
I really like this buck that wins this class. Really just good in his design and build. He's functional. He's sound off both ends. This one's really good at the top side of his shoulder. Maybe gets a little bit more tubular than most people would like, but I still think that guy is rugged and powerful and still has enough center body to him. Has tons of muscularity up high. That guy is definitely a neat creature to look at. Definitely a good breeding piece. If I'm going to get critical on that guy's horn set, we need to get it off of his head just a notch. From the side, it's beautiful. Cool head on him, deep jaw, really Roman nose. But you get behind that guy, he gets a little close at his neck for me. We can't get that chain quite as high as we need to. If we could lift those horns up ever so slightly, but that's getting pretty critical because that guy has so much quality to him. The buck that comes next, I like this one an awful lot from his hip forward. If you look at this guy when he sets into motion, he doesn't have quite the reach compared to the hind leg of the one that wins the class. He gets a little bit more out in terms of just hawk shape. He wants to be a little bit more sickle hawk compared to ideal. He toes out just a notch. But you talk about body quality, that one is really good in the center portion of his body. He's level, he's up-fronted, real masculine and muscular in his neck and back to his top shape. I just got to fix that guy at the ground. The one that comes next, love his long length of body. I like his extra extension up through his front end. I like this one's depth of body and quality there. He gets a little narrower from front to rear when you set that one into motion compared to the ones in front of him, but still a nice buck. The red buck that comes next, love his length of body, like that extra extension. This one we needs to fix his hind leg set. He gets a little weaker to his pasterns, but still a nice buck that has some length of body. Definitely a buck that's ready to use in terms of some quality there. The one that rounds out the class, need to stouten that guy up, make him wider based, shot more muscle, but still some extra extension on that one. Good chest floor assembly. Nice set of bucks from top to bottom.
Congratulations to your Class 47 winner. First place, Cannon Wilhoit. Second place, Madeline Pruitt. Third place, Macy Elliott. Fourth place, Casey Marie O'Connell. And fifth place, Seth Weaver. Now entering the ring is Yearling champion Full Blood Bucks.
Got our yearlings out here. He started the yearling division with a single entry. A tremendous amount of breeding quality on that one. Really shallow bodied, really round bodied, up fronted, good bone, good structure on that one. Maybe needs to have a little bit more body to him, drop him in his flank. But still, I think that guy brings a lot of quality to a breeding program for sure. If you have those short, moderate, stout ones and need to get them up off the ground and make them cooler looking, this is the type and kind that will do that all day long for sure. Good muscularity and good type and kind. The one that wins this middle class, really cool looking buck from the side. Love that one's front 1/3. Love his muscularity and his top shape. Like that one's fore rib and rib design in general. I like that one as far as terms of hip shape up high. Got to fix that one on his hind legs, like I said, in that particular class. But I still think that one in that particular class brought a ton of quality that you couldn't ignore for the amount of good that one has from the top side of his spine all the way back to the top side of his hip. The one that was second to him, Spotted Buck, love that one's length of body. He just didn't have the muscularity or the hip shape that compared to the one that wins the class. Maybe a little bit sounder, maybe a little bit better structured out of his rear leg, but I got to have a shot more shape up high in that particular goat to move him up any farther. The one that wins this last class, I really like that one in terms of quality. The shoulder assembly on that one's rib shape, how smooth he is in his top line, opened up at the top side of his hip. You get that one out and move. He moves exceptionally well. Talked about that one's horns need to be opened up just a notch. I think that's a little superficial there, but definitely a buck that brings a lot of quality. I think a buck that's going to take a breeding program or breeding programs in a lot of different directions in terms of structural correctness and quality. I like that one an awful lot. The one that was second to him, very similar, just had to fix that guy at the ground. He comes in at the knee, he wants to hawk in just a notch, but in terms of quality of body shape, ruggedness, and power, you got to like that one as well. There's some give and take where you want to land on. I think there's one that's maybe a little bit more correct in my opinion, maybe one that has a little bit more show ring look to him as well. I'll show you that one. Gets closer for reserve. I'll show you the two I like the most. Give these yearling buck exhibitors a nice round of applause if you would.
Congratulations to your yearling champion full-blood buck, Cannon Wilhoit, and your reserve yearling champion full-blood buck, Colton Westfall. We're now ready to show for grand champion and reserve grand champion full-blood bucks. Attention in the goat barn. This is just a reminder. At the conclusion of showmanship, we're going to go straight into the buck show. There will be no break. At the conclusion of the showmanship show, or at the conclusion of the buck show, we will roll straight into showmanship.
Well, it's been a tremendous breeding goat show for sure. Something that's definitely been on my bucket list to be able to short stock on the green chips. And I think that we talked about it as a family, and we've been coming here for about 17 years showing stock. And definitely it's a place that we've made a lot of memories, and I hope you guys are making a lot of memories as well and picking up some ribbons and some buckles and banners along the way. And I just want to say thank you to the staff for taking the time to put on a great show and giving these kids an opportunity. I got to judge the state fair, and I got to judge the national show here in the same building, and it really means a lot. Coming from a horse race background, my dad was a jockey for 28 years, and being in Kentucky with those roots just means a lot to me. And then do something that I'm passionate about. Not only I'm passionate about, my family's passionate about, and this is what we do for a living, is raise these creatures. And not only do we raise them to make a living, we raise them to raise our kids. And we spend a lot of time and a lot of efforts in the barn. And when I get home, I got a show to judge on Friday, I got a show to judge on Saturday and Sunday, and then we load back up on Tuesday night, and we're headed this way with a trailer load of sheep to see how we get along on the green chips. But definitely, I appreciate you guys inviting me to come work with your youth of the JBGA. It's been a great show all the way through. You guys are definitely leading some good stock, but you guys are second to none, and you guys are the leaders of the industry for sure. I hope you guys take this association to the next level, and I think with my time being a part of it, I think we've been raising these things for about 20 years, and definitely I've seen a lot of changes and a lot of differences, and definitely for the better. We've made these things sounder structured. We've made them better in their muscle quality, and at the end of the day, we haven't forgot that this is the meat goat breed. This is the leader of the industry when it comes to meat goats, and that's the most important thing that we need to worry about. Not only that, we have to keep them functional, we have to keep them sound, we have to keep them looking like females in the buck show. They have to be muscular and powerful and rugged. They have to be good on their feet and legs. They have to be correct in their body design so they can mount does, breed does, and get along well. Testicular shape on all these bucks is very impressive for a young age, from our juniors to our yearlings. They're ready to rock and roll. They're at the prime of rut. Congratulations to all of you guys. It's been an honor to sort through your stock. It's been an honor to work with your kiddos. Congratulations again. I'll show you the two that I like the most. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your grand champion full blood buck, Paige Pence, and your reserve grand champion full blood buck, Drew Patoyas. Now entering the ring is grand champion and reserve grand champion, Bred Gnome Buck.
So we get our bred and owned division out here. I'm going to reiterate what I said in the percentages and full blood does. Congratulations to you guys for raising good stock, keeping them healthy, getting them back out here in the show ring, and definitely being successful at a very high level. I think that should be commended. If you guys would, give these kids an extra round of applause, and I'll show you the two I like the most.
Congratulations to your grand champion, Bred Gnome Buck, Drew Patoyas, and your reserve grand champion, Bred Gnome Buck, Colton Westfall. We are now going to go straight into the showmanship show. We will be starting with the novice division and ending with seniors. Congratulations to your premier exhibitor, Amber Schroeder.
As we get our novice showman out here, definitely a great group of kids for sure. The young lady that wins, she just does the best with eye contact. She does the best keeping this doe's head up over the backside of her shoulder and keeping her square at all times. I like with the way that she sets her up. She doesn't get her too stretched. Right there is where she needs to be, and right there is where we get that good look and that nice smile for sure. She deserves that blue ribbon. Nice job. Congratulations to you. Young man that comes next. I asked him earlier in the day, I said, "Are you nervous?" And he goes, "Yeah, a little bit." And don't be so nervous because you do such a nice job getting them shown. If you get that head up over the top side of her shoulder, she stands square for you from her class all the way to showmanship. Just relax, have some confidence, get after it, get that smile going, be confident right where you need to be because I think you do a nice job. Right where you get her set up is right where she needs to be. Good job to you. Like I said earlier, don't be so nervous. You do a nice job. Congratulations. Young man that comes next, set her up over here on the profile. When we got that doe over there on the profile, he had her a little squarer compared to the young man behind her. He gets her head up over the backside of her shoulder a little bit nicer, a little bit better. I think when we get that one's proportionality set where she needs to be, that's where we show her in showmanship the best. We just need to have a little bit more eye contact, move her out a little bit quicker, but you do a nice job in showmanship. Congratulations to you. Young man that comes next, I like your confidence. I like the way that you come inside the ring. I like the way you keep her head up over her shoulder, but I'm not quite sure what was going on over there. We had her way too stretched out, and that's not in typical fashion from what I've seen you do earlier in the day. Typically, we get them set square. We get them set nicer. When they're out of proportionality, it makes that goat look like they're all over the place, and it doesn't give me that good opportunity to get her looked at in the show ring. So we just need to keep them together, keep them a little square, keep them a little bit more functional. Young lady that comes next, you do a nice job walking her in the ring, keeping her head back over her shoulder. We just need to have a little bit more eye contact with me and make sure we keep her head right where it needs to be over there on the profile, and that will keep her set up. Good class of novice showmen. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your novice division showmanship winner. First place, Francesca Ciano. Second place, Walker Short. Third place, Jamison Workman. Fourth place, Colton Danke. And fifth place, Oakley York. If you're along the rail, you are now excused from the show ring. Please give them a big round of applause.
Well, when this young man, honestly, when he walked in, I thought, oh, this could be interesting. He's showing a buck, and he honestly, in his class, he wasn't the best behaved one, but he got after him right when he needed to. He does a really good job as far as making this buck light in his front end, keeping him square, getting off of him. When he sets that one into motion, in my opinion, this is where he wins showmanship. He lets him get out in front of him. He holds his head back over his shoulder. And then every time I would look at the young man and the buck, he was set square. He gets that one presented at a very high level. I like your showmanship style. Congratulations to you. Young man that comes second, really like your style. I really like the way that you set this one into motion. You get her out in front of you. You get her set where she needs to be. I'm not quite sure where we started holding tails up, but in my opinion, if we can't read hip structure for being level or sloped off, I don't know if we need to be evaluating stock, honestly. So there, in my opinion, there's no need to hold a tail up. This is the reason why. Every time we go back to touch that doe's tail, she drops her top line right behind her shoulders. Her hip's up, but her top line falls down. Like I said, when we get into showmanship, you set that one into motion with a great deal of authority. You get her set up where she needs to be. Right where you set her square is right where she needs to be before we touch her tail. So I would just leave that piece of the puzzle out because I think your showmanship abilities and the way that you get that one presented comes at a very high level. Congratulations to you. Young man that comes next, really like your style. I like the way you get that one out and get her moved. When we set her up at times, sometimes she wants to be too wide in her front end. Her correlation of hind leg set wants to be outside of her skeleton just a notch. I think her proportionality from the side is good. Actually, where she just brought her leg in and wanted to set square, I think that's natural for her, and I think that's right where she needs to be. So maybe think about that for next time as far as keeping her square, keeping her inside of her skeleton. I know we want them to be wide, but we can only make them as wide as they are built. God made them that way. That's where we need to set them, so I think that that's okay. Like I said, I really like your showmanship style as far as the way you set that one in motion, the way you get her set up, the way you get her head set back over the top side of her skeleton. That's where she needs to be. Again, your style brings you a long ways in this particular showmanship class. Young man that comes next, really like your intensity. I like the way that you get this one moved around the ring. I think we could get her sped up just a notch. She wants to get a little lethargic on you. She's had a long day. I know you've had a long day as well, but I think when it comes to showmanship, that becomes no excuse. I think this doe still has a motor left in her. We need to get her out, get her moving for sure. And then when it comes time to getting her head back over her shoulder, let's lift her head up, pull her head back over her shoulder. Right there is where she needs to be, and I think that that's going to make that doe paint that much prettier of a picture. Very nice doe, good showman, like your style, little things that we need to fix for next time. Young lady that comes next, it came down to feet and leg placement. I think we get off just a bit on her rear legs at all times. We need to keep her square. You were looking at me like, should I move it? Should I not move it when we were over there? Hey, if it's off, move it. Set her up where she needs to be. I like your style. Love your intensity. Love your eye contact. Really like the way that you drop your shoulder, get her head set up where it needs to be, and you stay square with me. You are the straightest over there on the profile when we had got down to, I think, the last 6 or 7. And I admire those things. Biggest thing with her, we need to keep her square off her rear legs. Congratulations to you. The young lady that comes next, I said, man, she's just kind of being a deadhead on you when we talked about just things that we need to fix for next time. She got her over there on the profile. She dropped her top line. She's not doing it now because she corrected on that, and I appreciate that. But she really wanted to drop her top line over there. We need to get those does woke up just a notch to the point where they hold their center body up into them. The doe's fired up, woke up now. I wish she was like that along the rail. Individuals farther down the line, remember, you guys made it through a very competitive cut in this class. Little things we need to work on for next time. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Congratulations to your junior division showmanship winner, McCoy Llewellyn. Second place, Kellen Knott. Third place, Miller Allen. Fourth place, Tegan Walker. Fifth place, Adeline Hefner. Sixth place, Adeline Horn. Seventh place, Riley White. Eighth place, Piper Unger. Ninth place, Emmett Llewellyn. And 10th place, Remington York. If you're on the rail, you're now excused from the show ring. Please give them a big round of applause.
I think if you wanted to get real fair, we could put a task force together and judge showmanship together, and I don't think we would agree on anything because there's a lot of give and take, and there's a lot of differences of style and just where you want to land on as far as who you think does the best job. And I'm sure there's some biased opinions along the rail, and I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible because I think the top 7, 8 in this class, they could show goat for me all day long. I think that you guys do an exceptional job. You guys are talented young individuals. The way that you work with your stock, the way your stock relates to you and likes you is exceptionally cool, and you guys should be proud of that because that doesn't come overnight. You can't hand somebody a goat and say, go show it, and they have that sort of connection with you. And the young lady that wins, she has an extra special connection with that one for sure. That one is really, really good to her as far as being light through her front end, keeping her nose straight, knowing where she wants to set up her front end and her rear end, and still holding her body posture together. And then she just steps away from her and says, okay, you do the rest of the work. I'm just going to stand here and make sure that I look good and you look perfect. And I appreciate that. Your showmanship abilities are awesome. Congratulations to you. The young man that comes next, we started to get a little nervous right there at the end, and just take a deep breath because I think you're a phenomenal showman, and you have a doe that really likes you as well. That one is really good to you. She makes sure that she gets her head up back over the top side of her shoulder. That one relaxes. As soon as you get her set where she needs to be, she kind of almost takes a sigh of relief and gets set up, holds her composure together. I think the biggest thing when we set that one into motion, let's let her get out in front of us and cruise just a notch better. I think at times she wants to get behind you and you get a little rush to her. If we could get yourself back behind her shoulder and get her walking right about where she's set up, that's going to make you look that much better. It's going to make showmanship go a notch better for you. That's just my personal opinion because I think you're an awesome showman. Congratulations to you. The young lady that comes next, very calm, very just poised type showman, sets her legs easy, gets her head set up where she needs to be. I think as far as style goes, maybe we could turn our shoulder in towards her just a notch. We could bring our hand forward just a hair, but I think you do a really nice job. I love how calm and relaxed you are. Keeps that doe calm and relaxed as well. Congratulations to you. The young man that comes next, did you get a little nervous because you didn't make the pull right away? Because I think we turned it up just a notch. And the reason that you didn't make that pull right away is she wanted to pull back on you. She wanted to get a little lethargic on you. She wasn't getting out, wasn't motoring, and you just kind of stopped over here in the corner. You let her get out and move, and then you went right to showing her, and I appreciate that. I think you're a really good showman. At times when we're over there on that profile, much like we are here, we get our front end cocked towards me a little bit more. I like them when they're over there on the profile. I want them to be as straight as that fence line is, and I think if we did that, definitely we could move you up a spot or two. Make sure that we keep our feet and legs square. Make sure we keep that head back over her shoulder. But I like your style. I like the way that you made that correction over there, and I commend you for that. Congratulations to you. Young lady that comes next, I really like your style. I like the way that you get away from that one. I really like that you pull that one's head forward. When we set that one into motion, at times we pull her head too far forward. I want to get her head back over her shoulder, get her sped up a little bit, and I think that's going to make your job that much easier. When we're set up over there on the profile as well, we had her front end out too much. Her rear end was more towards the fence. She gets off kilter on her hind legs quite often like she's doing now. I want to make sure that we hold her a little square, a little truer, and I think if we had her more on the profile, definitely she would set up a little bit smoother and a little bit squarer. But congratulations to you for being in the top 5. Young man that comes next, really like his style. We talked about a few things I think he'll fix for next time, but definitely we're going to put that mirror at home to use, and hopefully we can correct those front leg placements a little bit better. But a good set of showmen all the way down from the first in the class to the bottom of the line. Just little differences, honestly, between all of them. But if you guys would, give them a nice round of applause. Very competitive division.
And congratulations to your intermediate division showmanship winner, Grace Ellis. Second place, Wilson Keegley. Third place, Marissa Chavez. Fourth place, Tyler Stollifer. Fifth place, Caitlin McCauley. Sixth place, Tucker Llewellyn. Seventh place, Olivia Rosemary. Eighth place, Caden Linton. Ninth place, Bo Robertson. And 10th place, Halen Everman.
So we get into our senior division. Definitely, we ran into some kids from top to bottom, all the way down here to the end of the line, that have some experience and some knowledge of just getting their goats shown. And the young lady that wins, the way she gets this one set up, keeps her square, keeps her head light, sets her into motion, gets her head back over her shoulder. I admire the things that you do to get that one shown and get that one presented. Really nice job there. Like your style. One thing that I think I may fix just a bit is when she goes to drop her top line, if we could get her picked up just a notch more, kind of get her woke back up, or make a nice circle to bring her top line back where it needs to be. But that's getting awfully critical because I think you do an exceptional job. Congratulations. Young lady that comes next, really like your style. I like the way that you get off of that doe and get her shown. I think when at times that doe, she wants to get a little heavier headed on you, and I think if we brought our chain forward just a notch, just like that, you see how much lighter she got in your hand, and I think that's the difference between first and second in this particular division. Love your style, like the way that you get one presented for sure, from our breed divisions all the way to showmanship. Congratulations to you on a very competitive senior showmanship. Young lady that comes next, I really like your style. I like your confidence. You do a really good job keeping that head and neck back over the backside of their shoulder, keeping their nose down at a plane where they're comfortable. I think the biggest thing that on that particular doe, she wants to get outside of her skeleton. She wants to set her feet and legs outside of her skeleton. So we just got to keep track of that a little bit better. Don't change your style. Really don't change that lightness that you have in your hand and the direction that you get out of their head and neck for sure. Young man that comes next, you do an exceptional job. I really like the way that you get this one shown. Even in her particular class, you did a nice job. With her, at times, and you're reading into it correctly, maybe just not catching it as quick as I would like. She wants to drop her top line. She gets lazy in her center portion of her body. I want you to get after her a little bit quicker, a little bit sooner, maybe even just pet down her side. I'm okay with you fixing a fault. We want to hide them as good as we can, but we definitely want to correct them for sure. Like your style, like the way you handle that doe for sure. Young lady that comes next, I wish this one would behave just a notch better for you. I love your style. I like the way you get that one out and move, and that's why I held you in there so long, because she does walk good for you. She gets her head back over her shoulder. Unfortunately, we can't get a good look out of that one because she wants to be fidgety. I don't think it's anything you're doing. I just think it's been a long day. She's a little wore out. But definitely I like your style. I like the way that you get one shown for sure. Young man that comes next, I told him, I said, I think this is just kind of pulling down on you, not behaving, not getting you the opportunity to show her quite as nice compared to some of the others in this class. Maybe gets off kilter in her front leg assembly just a bit that I think we could correct and fix, but definitely a good showman that has a great style. The individuals farther down the line just talked about things that I need to have them fixed for next time, but definitely a great deal of confidence and a great deal of good style in this particular showmanship division.
Congratulations to your senior division showmanship champion, Eden Basford. Second place, Amber Schroeder. Third place, Jenna Bushong. Fourth place, Kylie Gorka. Fifth place, Jackson Harmon. Sixth place, Gus Ciano. Seventh place, Jada Young. Eighth place, Seth Weaver. Ninth place, Elena Blair. Folks, that's the